Welcome everyone to San Antonio by Night, Hurricane Season, episode 9, actually. Last we left off with our coterie, they were putting some things together and Urien was putting some people to work. Particularly a Toreador and Bruja who had been rumored to be questioning their loyalties to the Anarch movement of San Antonio, and thus Urien, as Baron, put them to work to prove themselves that they indeed wanted to stay in this city. Meanwhile, Velda was taking a bit of advice from Isabella Castile about some of the ways that a Toreador might influence the board without directly getting involved, by using the most prevalent resource in this entire city, the Kine, and wielding it as a weapon against the city's invaders. Amber was doing some personal work of her own, while Urien and Velda were doing some of the busy work, and has rejoined the coterie this night. Amber, why don't you give us an idea of where your head's at, what you intend to do, your thoughts on some of the things that Urien and Theodore Galvin have said to you.
What do I, the last couple of nights have been, if I'm going to be honest with you, a hell of a mess. Truly, it feels like I've done nothing but stick my own foot in my mouth repeatedly. Must like the taste of that. But as I think on the things that Urien and Theodore both said, well, I suppose it just goes to show how utterly out of my depth that I am when it comes to, I suppose, playing the game. But then, I suppose that's not really surprising. I was never really taught to play the game. I was taught to look pretty. Which, I mean, it's a thing that I can do, but it's so wholly unfulfilling. And so, I think about it. I think about the things that they said. And all I can come up with in my mind is that maybe I'm not playing the right kind of game for my talents. I suppose that's the major difference between Velda and I. She's able to do that subtle influence spiel, deal with people, things of that nature, but maybe from my end it's time for a different approach where I just, well, for better or worse, bring myself before Urien and go, I am a tool to point and shoot. I'm sure there'll probably be some grilling about that, but I really don't have time to train right now. Not when we stand at the precipice of not having a place to call home under our own rule. But I suppose it'll depend on what he thinks of that, and I'll have to talk to him. Not looking forward to that conversation.
That's definitely a conversation that you're going to have if you want to continue working with Urien, and him being willing to work with you. Urien, you have had your hands full.
That is an understatement, to be sure.
With Amber struggling, and Velda struggling, and Tom struggling, and Martin struggling. How do you intend to keep it all together?
Never fight a war on multiple fronts. If anything, the Camarilla has done me a great service in this regard. I have very few secrets of note that I have turned a weakness into a strength time and time again. This shall be no different. I have a plan to end up removing all reinforcements of my descendant Kylie Calhoun and his Camarilla onslaught. I'm going to rip it out by the root and watch him wither on the vine. When it comes to the Thin Bloods, they have just been shown a point of frustration, and I will end up showing them a way. It's time to carve out some new turf, to end up bringing them a sense of purpose, to show them why their strength is mine. They know this. But I will make it very clear as to why it is that I lead, and they will follow.
This barony needs a leader. Some of them need a leader more than they care to admit.
Such as and the way of Anarchs, I fear. But how do I do this without creating a simple mirror of Camarilla? That is the question. But I know my place at this current time. I am the War Baron. When we are in conflict, I am here. No, if I let this conflict linger too long, it will be seen as a abuse of my position. If I ratify it quickly, however, there might be more to it. The question now comes down to, are those who are in this barony worthy? Or are we all to succumb to dust?
That is perhaps the truest question that could ever be asked in this place. Because if you're not careful, everything that you care about here will dissolve, much as it did in Jackson. as much as it did every time you lost something throughout your long existence. I would like you both to make rouse checks. Urien, thankfully that monster deep inside you is no hungrier than you left it last night. But how hungry did you leave it?
2 dots hunger. I'm not famished. I can do a top up, but at this point, it's more to establish my thin bloods.
You can function. Very little distraction. Amber, you're not quite so lucky. You wake with a sinking feeling in your gut. Emptier. It takes a lot of effort to wake up today for some reason. Maybe it's the anxiety, maybe it's the stress, maybe it's having to deal with the fact that you're forcing yourself to feel these things. Because while Urien is a force to be reckoned with, that little gnawing in the back of your mind tells you you can take him. What is he? But a fledgling proclaims to be prince. He's nothing. Not like you.
Better than the alternative. First things first, I need to get the voice in the back of my head to shut up.
What hunger are you at, Miss Dupree?
Hunger 3.
Let it go any longer or force yourself to do much more today and you'll be visibly bleeding everywhere.
Yes, it's why I am lucky that my wonderful herd is refreshed just a little. So I can go and feed on them.
How much of your herd are you taking?
I'm taking both dots.
Okay. I will roll for intensity then, because it is a sanguine herd, yes?
It is.
There's barely anything there. You really have neglected really putting the fire of passion into these people. Every time you've come to feed from them, there's barely anything of a flavor there. You really need to focus on this, Amber.
It's gonna take effort and time that I need to somehow scratch up from someone.
Because it's bland.
Yeah, it's bland, but right now it's doing the job. That's really, as much as I hate to say it, right now it's right. Function over form right now. Function over form. I can worry about the flavor and whatnot later.
Form
right now,
is everything.
only if it survives to take form.
So,
Form is nothing without substance.
substance is worthless without form.
And Amber, kind of with a twitch in her eye at the whisperings in the back of her mind, looks at her phone, and she looks at the time. Well, I suppose it's time to go and meet up with Urien and see what's been going on.
Urien, where would Amber find you? The meeting place?
Yeah, we'll try that. We'll try the meeting place.
Okay. So you drive. It's about an hour into the night. The lights are dim, if any are on at all. So if somebody's here, they're keeping it fairly low lit.
Oh boy. Well, this doesn't fill me with a sense of comfort. Well, I'm gonna have to investigate and see if someone's here. If they're not, well, I'll have to look. I'll take a look inside, just a cursory look, see if there's anyone around.
Urien, are you here?
Yes, though Ember is not the one I've been expecting. I'm still expecting the Thin Bloods. I'm sure they're currently being roused from their own respective havens. Though it takes some time, as Carlos and Doc are currently organizing them. And I know someone more difficult. However, my old sheriff, I'm sure, would end up remaining, though maybe in the dark. Who knows? I've stopped.
He's not made
I
himself
feel
very
more
hard to see.
No.
If he was really trying, he probably could. Even just standing still, you lose track of him sometimes.
It's what made him an effective sheriff.
And you've been spending the early portion of this night kind of discussing a few things.
Yes, particularly the horrible state that Dallas may have to look forward to. And I knew Tyler would be in North America. Who knew that they would be so brazen as to approach Dallas?
A very brazen move indeed.
But perhaps they've grown bolder. Jackson being another notch on the belt. Still, when Amber arrives, I don't bother turning the lights on. I just allow my eyes to glow. I can see fine in the dark. A gift, shall we say. Horrific. Eyes glowing red with hatred. As I approach the door and open it to greet dear Amber.
And Amber, those horrible red eyes are unsettling.
Well, I shouldn't have expected any different. It's not. Good evening, Mr. Doyle.
Miss Dupree, won't you come in?
She would just silently nod at in thanks of invitation and enter the house.
He closes the door behind. There are no lights. He simply seems to be at comfort in the dark.
Yeah. Given that I don't have I don't have anything like eyes of the beast like Urien has, I'll have to settle for the next best thing and activate my heightened senses to better see with the tiniest bits of light from distant street lights and the moon if it's out.
It's almost as if your eyes widen supernaturally large, and your pupils dilate almost to the point of engulfing your entire iris when you do this, to let in all the light that you can.
So, truly, I have no idea upon where it is that we stand. And as such, well, I came to the only person who I knew would know anything.
Amusing. Mr. Dupree, what exactly have you been up to in recent nights?
Matters of personal development. So that a refinement of my own skills such that I can better perform the duties that I was given.
And yet, I've not heard word of any of our allies in court receiving a boon from yours, a trickle of kind who are capable. Am I misinformed?
No. Fortunately, it's taking a lot more time than I thought, and whilst it's not an excuse...
We do not have time, Miss Dupree.
That's exactly the point.
You presume to lecture me on the point.
No, that's just the point that I was making.
I do not have the time to school you over trivial matters, Miss Dupree. I do not have time to walk along the streets and show you how to feed properly to end up building yourself and your clutch upon this city. If we were in a point where I need not worry about the Camarilla, then I would gladly take the time to walk you through it. But if by your own very nature you're unable to execute upon it, what am I to think? You are everything that every kind could ever wish for. Young, beautiful, a figure that is almost that of a goddess, a education that allows you to be able to craft, a eye for details which would go unnoticed, charm on tap, celebrity, and yet with all of these gifts laid down, and I would end up blaming Sanderson at this point, but we are past that. You wish for your freedom. Free to move about and perform as you see fit, and yet, what fruits has it brought? Tell me the fruits of your labors.
Right now, all I can do is think upon the words of yourself and Mr. Calvin, the things that you have told me. The one part of my manipulation, the kind, if I wanted to build an empire, that's where I would start. Only issue becomes with all of the gifts that you yourselves laid out. The pot has far too many hands. It has no hope at subtlety without somebody taking notice and exception. On that front, I'd be able to do more if there was more time to do so, but as you said, there is not. So, instead of building this empire like I should, like I would wish to, once chance arises, my aim is simply as a philosophical mind and a pair of hands to help those already established. I do not have we do not have time to build of my own, so I must give what I already have. And I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Doyle, I don't have a lot. Not in terms of things that would be useful right at this very moment.
Any other time, were this a Camarilla court, I could could already think of 3 or 4 thin bloods that would be glad to end up taking the gifts you have been given. Straight out of your veins. And I have a mind to exercise that at this point. But I recognize that would be frustration on my part. It would not be a fair judgment. So you will join me this evening. And I will illustrate to you. I will illustrate to you what must be done. The Thin Bloods need a new domicile, one that is capable of sustaining them, one that they can on, and one that I need not fear their frustrations. As well, I need to end up showing that their faith is well justified. To you, you need to justify yourself to me. In time, your education would be completed. As it stands right now, I consider you a little more than a fledgling who does not understand the first thing of what they have became. To end up claiming otherwise would be nothing more than arrogance. So, you and I shall wait here. And when the parties of which I have summoned arrive, you and me will do some, how shall I place this, property shopping. And it's at that point, you and I will end up having a very long talk. First and foremost, you will end up making sure that everything becomes in order. Prepare yourself tonight, Emperor, because at this exact moment, it is no holds barred. Anything short of masquerade breach will be tooth and nail, and I'll show you how to fight like that.
And trust me when I say that Marius Calhoun is very vicious when he has to scrape.
Urien smiles. I try to remain with an air of dignity and respect, but at this point, that is a luxury. One that I would love to get back to, and I'm sure you as well, Miss Dupree.
Wouldn't we all?
Very much so.
He takes a moment and waits. If Amber chooses to speak, he raises his hand to interrupt her. He's going to simply wait for the Thin Bloods.
No, she's not gonna say anything else.
It isn't very long that you both have to wait in this awkward air of silence between a baron and his constituent. Maybe eyeing each other. Maybe not. But you hear a knock at the front door. A soft, gentle knock. Do you go to answer the door?
Mr. Dupree, would you be kind enough to answer the door?
With the simple nod, she would get up and go to answer the door.
And there, behind the door, you see the 5 individuals that roam this domain and are titled Thin Blood. The person at the door, though, is Doc. She kind of looks at you a little bit meekly, but then straightens up a little bit and says, "Is Urien here?"
I believe he's been expecting you. Come on in. And she'd gesture for Doc and the others to enter.
And they do. Carlos and Doc looking fed and looking pretty decent for the night. Alfonso as well, but Fox and Gabriel, having suffered injury recently, still look a little worse for wear. Gabriel not nearly as much as Fox, though. Fox is covered in, you assume, burn bandages? You suspect that they have a very long recovery period based on how thin their blood actually is.
That is a real shame. They were cute too. That's internal thoughts, of course.
They cringe a little bit as they move a little bit, but otherwise functioning.
Good evening, my low birth solution. I'm so glad to have seen you all arrive. Doc, what is the prognosis upon Fox?
Well, it's strange that I've never come across something like them before. As I'm sure lots of things are going to come up that way. Seems very human, but has fangs, and I believe the recovery is going to take nearly as long as anyone living would take.
Now you understand why I needed a doctor on staff.
Given how quickly we can recover, I suppose that's a bit of a surprise.
It is. Thin bloods come in all types. They do not share traits as readily. Still, I'm grateful that all of you have arrived. He looks to Mr. Suarez. Especially you.
Oh.
I trust. Yes. And now I am here to deliver on a promise this evening. The Camarilla have struck my thin bloods, and this is unacceptable. I have already started to make arrangements to remove them. Some unexpected help from an old rival. The truth of it, however, is that you all have lost tremendously. This isn't acceptable to me. Carlos, Alfonso, you two have known this domain for quite some time.
They both nod.
Tell me, amongst this domain that I hold at this current point, your services have been exemplary. My ambassador, he gestures to Alfonso, and my childer. And so, I ask you to name a place on behalf of your constituents. If it is in my domain, it is yours.
Carlos kind of pipes up. So when you say domain, are we talking about the larger portion of domain, or are we talking about sanctuary?
The larger portion, I am Baron to the whole. Though I would prefer to end up keeping you away from the front lines.
Right, right. Safety in the center.
Perhaps. Or maybe I misjudged. Perhaps the low-birth solution has come to find the Camarilla to be disliked, to not wish for them to remain. Perhaps you wish to end up proving the example, to show that your thin blood status makes you no less a part of this city. And so you'll end up being the bulwark of it.
Given some of the
This
shit
is
that
a
I'm hearing
choice.
out of Jameson's domain.
It is a decision I leave to you. But you do hear something from Jameson's domain, please go on.
Just rumors that other thin bloods are disappearing. Alfonso was the one who picked up on it.
Alfonso.
Yeah. I have other contacts that, I kind of keep in touch with off and on. And some of them in the south of the city have gone missing. A Samantha Jefferson and, Diego. Oh, fuck, what was his last name?
He raises his hand. Any thin blood need only step forward and claim sanctuary.
I mean,
Let this be known.
that's the thing. I've reached out to them to see if they kind of were needing some help, and I never got an answer back.
Never got an answer back. Why is this?
I don't know.
Very well. Name your place that you will find yourself at rest. And tonight, we shall make it yours proper.
They kind of... The five of them kind of look to each other. And kind of do a little bit of talking back and forth about the places that they're thinking about. Kind of noting that most of Sanctuary is residential domain, not really much of a business center. But if they wanted to take the shopping center off of Forsbach, would... As far as a place to sleep, though, they figure that anywhere secure is fine. But if they're going to garner resources again, they need to find something as far as the business goes. And Doc kind of speaks up. Given the fact that I'm kind of working 2 jobs now, do I have to let my boss know?
No.
Or at least the fact that I am not nearly as available as I was?
At this current moment, you are in transition. When it becomes an issue, you will bring it directly to me.
He's gonna
I
wonder.
will show you. Yes. And when he does approach, I want to be there.
He's not someone to cross.
He's not one I intend to cross. He's one I intend to enlist. Right now, I'm just simply getting his attention.
Yeah, congratulations on becoming parent of one of his lieutenants, as it were.
You will have the whole of the organization to your disposal soon enough.
Can't even imagine that.
Eventually you'll be bored with it. But right now it's a stepping stone. This coterie assembled. I wish for all of you to feel as though you are truly a part of this city, this domain. And so I wish to end up giving you an opportunity. A shopping center, you say?
It wouldn't be a bad place to kind of dip our toes in without being noticed, really. I don't think.
Very well.
The club was kind of a big undertaking, which was fine. But if we're looking to go unnoticed, or them kind of not really looking
You
at
are
us
looking
at all.
to establish, nothing more. And you have learned much from the club, yes. You have learned both success and failure. You have learned to manage. You have learned to hunt. You have learned to protect. And most importantly, you have all survived it. Now I want you to take those lessons to the next level. I think this is an appropriate reward and compensation for grievous injury.
Alright.
Your job, however, will also increase. The sooner we remove ourselves from this Camarilla menace, the sooner you can focus on your own well-beings. You'll teach Doc the ropes on what it is to start anew, as I have taught you. We're burning moonlight. Let us go.
Right.
Mr. Dupree will be coming with us.
Alright.
Unless you have something better to do, Mr. Dupree.
Tonight I do not.
Fantastic. I love how these arrangements they work out. Mr. Galvin, I trust that your evening has been or will be productive. Get what information you can. Like I said, keep a safe distance, safe harbor. I do not expect anything more or less out of you. Your loyalty is beyond question.
I will do my best. I've never given you anything less.
Of course not. I look forward to it. We shall converse again at 1 p.m. I'm sure you'll find me. Let us go, my low birth solution. We have a long night ahead of us.
And with that, Galvin leaves the house to disappear into the night. Whether that's supernaturally or simply enveloped by the dark, you're not certain. It's amazing what Nosferatu can do.
It is. Though my eyes keep drifting back to Amber Dupree. My mind is conflicted with her quite frequently. I'm trying to end up thinking how to apply a use to someone who struggles as she does.
Everyone kind of piles into different vehicles to venture out into the city. Kind of the second vehicle following the van that Urien you drive, with I'm sure Amber in tow in the vehicle itself. The other 5 in another vehicle behind you, following you.
I keep an eye out, just in case we're being followed by more than what is expected.
I'll most likely be doing the same on that one.
What do you or don't you expect this night?
Right now, I expect to be followed by the low birth solution, Amber. I'm looking for other telltale signs. Those who might be calling to say that we are moving along the wrong way. Or, pardon, those who might be broadcasting our movements. Those who may be following a few car lengths behind. Those who may be in shadow. Whatever I can. I find myself growing paranoid these past few nights.
Urien, it kind of sounds like you're doing a sense the unseen, and Amber, it sounds like you want to be aware of the more mundane followers.
Yeah.
So Urien, roll me sense the unseen, and Amber, roll me a wits plus awareness, please.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, that's... I know what happened.
What's awareness?
There we go.
Urien, you're not getting much in the way of anything unusual. You've traveled these streets often enough to know of the little things that come up when you sense the unseen, the random playback of a car crash, the random figment that kind of looms over a specific building, the odd little things that you've become background noise as long as you've been here now. You don't see anything out of the ordinary. Amber, you are very aware that directly behind you is the vehicle in which the low birth solution is driving. The streets for this particular night seem a little empty, especially this early at night. But otherwise, you're not really picking up on anything unusual.
Also, it's the fact that it's quiet.
Just a little.
And Amber would bring that up, kind of just looking around and frowning. It's rather quiet for this time of night. Normally there'd be much more traffic.
Duly noted, but it serves our purposes. And I look around the more affluent shops.
In the case of Sanctuary itself, the most affluent that you probably get is along the street Wurzbach. There's plenty of shopping centers, there's plenty of little things like your random fast food joints, your doctor's offices, especially when you get closer to more of the major roads, you get going towards medical center in that direction at least. And there's not really anything residential on this lane, but you can definitely see just about anywhere that someone would kind of plop themselves into the shopping center and make themselves a part of it.
I'm looking for tags, specifically those who may already have tried to claim this bit of turf.
You definitely see tags of where Sanctuary and Clovis's domain overlap. You see the tags where the border gets a little fuzzy, and you think to yourself, maybe I need to solidify this line a little bit more.
Fantastic. Then I believe that's exactly what we're about to do. I gesture towards the various shops. Will this meet your satisfaction?
Sorry, give me a sec, guys.
No, it's quite alright.
Sorry, that was my mom interrupting me. The joys. The joys. But, yes, what was your question? Sorry, what were you posing to me?
I'm asking the Thin Bloods if this place will do.
And when you do park, and everyone does get out, and the five of them kind of look at the place, they nod. They look at they've been eyeing up and down the road. Carlos makes a note that this particular spot is also off the highway, so the likelihood of traffic by people is also fairly high.
Good. I'm looking for one of the more how shall I put this? I'm looking for two things. One, I am looking for small places that are not complete, or how do I put this? I'm looking for a section that is for sale, for lease.
Mm-hmm.
I am also looking for a nearby shop that is very much a well-to-do, someplace that has been around here for some time,
Mm.
clearly established clientele, individuals who've been here doing business for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Make me a wits or resolve investigation.
I'll take my time with this. Will all specs come into effect here?
This is more of a kind of mental note. It's more of a what do I know about this place versus what you actually see. What have I read recently? What do I know?
I will willpower that. Derrick rolls, man. Derrick rolls. 2 dots, that's it.
So, to get exactly what you want, the places that you see that are fairly well off, that are well established and everything, you're not seeing very close spaces for lease or sale, but there is a space for lease about 5 blocks in another direction. Kind of putting it away from the highway a little bit more.
I think it's about time we arrive. I start walking towards one of the shops. I wait for it to empty itself as I'm waiting for it to be emptied. Single consumer.
Okay. And so you come across, and you're just looking for any little shop, like a Starbucks or something?
No, something that might be a little bit more private for the time being. Something that has a little bit more class, or more accurately, something that isn't major franchised.
Okay.
Such a shop would be more in tune with the owner.
Right. And so you look through and you see a small medical practice. It looks a little bit like an urgent care, but it's not one of the major franchised urgent cares in the city. It's more of a local practice that does take in emergency care and has a small amount of staff to do so. And right now, it looks like the only people in the building right now are the staff.
Fantastic. I am going to look to Amber. You're going to end up walking in there. You are going to find the owner. And you are going to end up having them ask for us to join him in an office. We are looking to end up purchasing a bit of real estate here to open up a new shop. In doing so, you wish to end up getting a better familiarity with those who have been here for quite some time. When you do so, get them to invite us into the office so that we might have a long private chat.
I can do this.
That is yet to be seen. I start walking towards there and waiting for Amber to start taking point, looking at the others, giving them a nod. Specifically to Doc. This place might serve as an interest.
She kind of watches as Amber makes her way in the direction that she needs to.
Yes, she's going to be heading in. Yeah, she's going to be heading into the practice to talk to basically to talk to the first things first would be to talk to the receptionist, see if the owner's there.
Okay.
Well, that'd be the first place to find out to see where the if the owner's even in.
Okay. So you approach, and the first thing that you see is a woman at the reception desk. Beautiful, big curly hair. And she looks up at you and says, "Can I help you?"
Yes, I think you might. I was looking for the owner of this fine establishment.
The primary physician on site is Dr. Douglas.
Is he busy at the moment? I have my associates and I would like to have a private discussion with him about some possible business.
Possible business.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I'll go ahead and talk to him and see if he would be willing.
Thank you.
And she goes. She looks at the computer, kind of types in something, and then goes about. Goes about towards the back. And it's about that time that you see a pair of individuals coming into the urgent care. It's a woman, blonde, kind of gives a bit of that arrogant air about her, kind of carting a somewhat sickly looking, not terribly sickly looking, but thin girl. A girl you're familiar with.
Why am I? Oh. Oh, this just got so much more complex.
And they're going towards the reception desk and find that nobody's there. The woman turns to look at you, kind of sees that you're just standing there. Did you see where the receptionist went?
Yes, she's just doing something in the back. She won't be a moment.
Good. Great. Okay. Then I'll just wait here then. And the two of them kind of stand at the reception desk. The girl takes a face mask, but you see that she also coughs a little bit.
That is concerning. Because I mean, I don't particularly know who these guys are, but if Carlos was looking through the front, I'm guessing they're outside. If they were looking through the front,
Mm-hmm.
if he was looking through the front, then he'd probably be able to see this, because most what she calls it, receptions for medical practices are visible from the front.
Right.
So Amber's gonna take a very quick glance back into the darkness and see if she can't get a reaction. See if she can't see any of the reactions from the others outside, unless they're out of view.
They're kind of out of view.
Okay.
And before too long, the woman comes back and says, "Sorry about that. It looks like Dr. Douglas is out, actually. Dr. Anderson is here. They're partners in business."
All right. Then I shall be just a second. Then I believe these people need some help. And she gesture to the other two, and basically say that she'll be right back and head out.
Okay. And the woman at the desk goes to assist the two, that one of which you're familiar with, to get them seen by a doctor, while you make your way outside the door.
Hmm. Yeah, so I'm gonna head back out to you're gonna head back out to Urien.
Mm-hmm.
So we might have a little problem.
So a simple walk-in, arrange a meeting, move on was too much for your
Oh no, it's not that.
capabilities?
It's not that. The main physician she talked about is currently out, but she said that his partner was in, one Dr. Anderson.
Fantastic.
But a problem has arisen as he's currently taking care of Carlos's kid. His wife and kid have just walked into the practice.
Which changes what?
Well, changes the fact that considering there's only one doctor on the premises right now, that needs to be dealt with before I can get that meeting underway.
Two.
You count two?
He looks over at the dock.
Ah.
So,
right.
How does that change anything?
Yeah, no, you are right. You are right in that. But the meeting is more or less set up. Once she's finished with those two, I will get the all clear to get you guys in there.
He kind of ends up gesturing to the others, and then walks around towards the corner, gesturing for Amber to follow.
And she does so.
And you were gesturing at the others?
To stay while I privately speak to Amber.
Fair enough.
Amber, has it ever occurred to you that Carlos has not divulged that he has a wife and child there?
It has that he's talked about his child, but not about the
Not in front of the others.
Well, she did say that quietly to Urien, so that basically only in Urien's earshot. That wasn't allowed so they could hear, oh, we have a problem.
You're going to need to specify that very carefully.
Yeah, no, that was my bad, I apologize. But no, that was only in Urien's earshot.
So you think. As it stands, this is an issue that is to be dealt by them. I will set up the meeting. Your role in this is not only in getting the meeting to happen, your job is to go higher up the food chain. You see, a building such as this is owned. Everybody pays somebody. Your job is to go up one step up. And then that little place around the corner that can become a boutique, so you can flight as a hobby whatever fanciful wares you care to end up addressing. But at the very least, it'll end up keeping you in the loop. This shouldn't take more than an hour, Mr. Dupree. Not with your capabilities. And right now, there's no reason to be timid. And I do not need for you to hesitate when a complication arises. You know that the objective will not change. So handle it. Now, at this current point, once I get in there, your job is to end up making sure that you have full ties to be able to use the practice, as well as being able to end up going above. Now, if you will pardon I'm going to end up causing a bit of a ruckus. A if let's see on how smart you all are. And he just starts walking down the street, letting them handle it.
Okay. So, with Urien walking down the street, well, the objective hasn't changed. There'll be a meeting with Dr. Anderson straight after he's finished dealing with Miranda and Julie. And as such, well, the only real option is to go back in there and be like, yeah, no, my associates agree to that, and we'll be happy to meet Dr. Anderson. So that's...
So are Urien and Amber going into the practice together?
Nope. Urien is going to end up setting something up. And he's going to see if he has enough of a read on the individual capabilities of not only his child but Amber Dupree to be able to see a good thing when it comes. So all he's doing is he is, pulling up a hood and walking the street. He's patrolling around, looking for somebody, as though he was hunting. Though that's not his intent.
Okay. So we'll come back to that in just a moment. Amber, you go inside, and you see that the woman and the girl have sat down and are looking as if they're waiting for the doctor to call for an examination. The receptionist is at the desk, kind of keying in some information.
Yep. So I'd head back up to the desk.
Okay.
And would basically convey that sorry for the wait. I just had to talk to my associates. We'd be more than happy to meet with Dr. Anderson if he is the partner of the primary physician here.
Your associates? Is someone waiting outside?
Just someone I had to call on the phone with. I thought not to do that in the practice. Respectful, courteous.
I mean, I guess that's what the waiting room's for. You can have a seat. He'll be with you as soon as he can. If it's just a meeting, then patients take precedence.
Of course. And Amber would go and sit and wait.
Okay. For now, you're sitting and waiting for Dr. Anderson to come out and meet with you. You do see a man with a beard, kind of combed hair, light skin, call for Miranda and Julie, and the both of them go to the back with this person and are gone from sight.
The best thing to do in this case is to wait. Rushing things forward too quickly draws too much suspicion.
That it does. Urien, what are you doing?
I am currently walking the streets, my anticipation of by now Emperor and the Thin Bloods should be going inside at any moment, which means they are all in the vicinity. All they need is an opportunity, and I am curious to see on how good they are at spotting one. So I'm looking for someone, no one of significance, preferably somebody who looks like they have insurance, but that's not mandatory. Currently holding a blade inside my pocket, keeping my face hidden. And when I find such an individual, I'm going to end up making sure that I end up hunting them. Specifically, I want to make sure that they are given such a gash that they need immediate medical attention. Enough time for them to be able to rush to a nearby hospital.
Okay. Make me a manipulation plus intimidation.
Okay, I'm going to rouse the blood to do this.
And Doc and Carlos were meant to have gone in with Amber, yes?
Yes, but
Yes.
Amber said that she was coming in alone, so
Okay.
I'm just going to I'm not going to change my plans on meta knowledge.
Ah, crap! I didn't go and talk to them, did I?
Nope.
No. Yep. Okay.
Power. 3 successes.
Okay. And since you're kind of sort of treating this like a hunting roll, I'm going to give it to you there because your domain sanctuary, this particular part of it anyway, is a well-stocked piece of land. And it's not hard to find someone that you're looking for. You're looking for someone who's maybe slightly affluent looking, maybe wears a suit. Oh, that nice suit. You wish you had a suit again.
I do.
What you wouldn't give for a nice silk tie right now. But you look at this individual as much as you mourn the fact that you're going to be ruining a mediocre looking suit. You attack this individual. I want you to make a strength plus brawl to see the severity of the attack.
And is there any bonuses as this is pretty much a surprise attack?
Yes, I'll give you the +2 for surprise.
Burning through willpower. 3 successes.
Okay. You pull out that switchblade. It's very sharp. You made sure of that today. You reach towards this individual, and while they are a little deft of foot, you do strike across their chest fairly deeply. And thus this person starts to bleed profusely, starts to call out for help. You see other onlookers are are looking to rush for their pockets, for their phones, to
And I'll already be gone.
and so you slink away just as this person's calling out. And do you snag his wallet before you go?
No,
No?
not right now. I'm going to treat this as though it was a failed attempt.
Okay. So the man's screaming on the ground. You see people rushing to his aid from behind you, and you start making your way back toward the practice in order to find out, to see if this person gets rushed to this place.
Need to expect it.
And
I
expect
stay
it,
in the
of course.
van.
That blood, it smells pretty good. Fresh human blood.
Yeah, it is
That-
inevitable for me.
That little voice saying in the back of your head, why don't you just taste it? Why didn't you just taste it?
Because if we do this right, we'll end up having a chance to feed further.
Always incentivizing the wait. You
Yes.
never act in the now. But I want it now.
Give it a moment.
And thus, when you return, you see that the Thin Bloods, minus Gabriel, he's probably gone off and disappeared somewhere, or is in the vehicle. But the rest you do see, and they welcome you back. Doc kind of looks at you and sees that there's a blood splatter on the front of your jacket, the front of your hoodie. Kind of quirks a brow at you.
Stay out here. Do as Amber requests. I'm sure that she'll be bringing you in momentarily. I hope that you're all quick studies. He pulls
Amber
off his hoodie
requests.
once he gets to the van. He's purposely cutting them out of the communication or the loop. He wants to see this play on its own.
What instructions am I waiting for? She's just kind of musing as you hop back into the vehicle, seeming to ignore her for a moment. Amber, you see, after a little while, that Dr. Anderson does come out again from the back, and it's probably been maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. You're not entirely sure. But you see the bearded man. And he's kind of tall. And he comes up to you and says, "You're the one who's requesting a meeting?"
Yes, my associate, and I would like to speak to you in your office. Is that a possible thing that we could do?
Associates? Are we
Yes.
waiting for someone?
We are. And, this would be when Doc, the others would receive the text of, "Okay, it's time."
Before you're able to shoot off that text, though, you do see that interrupting the entire the entire affair is a man being brought in. Looks like by some individuals, and looks to have a sizable knife gash across his chest. And the doctor immediately goes from looking to you to rush to the new patient's aid. Shortly after that, you do see that Doc enters the building shortly after, looking as if she's aiding to get this man into the building. And as if she is on autopilot, she and the doctor start speaking in terms that you likely wouldn't understand, and rush this person into the back room because she insists that he needs stitches and he needs them now.
Yeah, no, I have no dots medicine and only 1 dot academics, and I'm int 2, so yeah, no, probably not. Maybe something I might have heard on a medical drama that I watched on TV one time, but
You might have
not
heard
that I'd
something on
actually
House
get it.
before.
Yeah.
But both of them disappear into the back.
Yeah, okay. I see the 4D, I see the 4D chess, but at the same time, I don't know what to do. So Doc is in the back helping Dr. Anderson.
And based on the length of that wound, it looks like it might take a little while for those stitches to be put in.
Yeah, and Doc's in there now, and she's done that. I'm guessing they would have gone into some kind of like urgent care, like
Kind
different examination room that's not his office.
Yeah, I mean, you would know that there is maybe a small triage room in the back.
Yep, so he's probably in the triage room. Amber's gonna go over to the receptionist.
Okay.
It's like, Amber's gonna go over to the receptionist and like he seems to be a little busy. Do you mind if I give my associates a ring and we just go and wait in his office? And I'm gonna turn on all for this.
Okay. Then make me a charisma persuasion plus awe. Just to see how many successes you get on this, because... Okay.
Ooh.
When you start to exude that aura, the slight bit of worry that she might have over your very, very pale figure, even for someone with albinism, kind of just washes away on her face, and she smiles at you. And she says, yeah, normally that's not standard procedure, but, are you waiting on someone else? Should we wait for them?
They will be here in just a moment, and behind my back, I'm gonna end up sending that text off to Carlos.
Okay. And shortly after, you do see that Carlos does indeed enter the building. And
Now, just as a very quick out of character note, I'm not sure. The text would have been sent to Carlos because she doesn't actually have the numbers of the others, and Urien doesn't have a phone.
Mm.
But it would be aimed at as many people as Urien wanted in the meeting. But fewer is better, so the 3 is of Amber, Carlos, and Doc is probably for the best, unless Urien himself also wishes to be present.
Carlos would ring off to Urien that he's going inside, and unless there's any objection, he will go and meet Amber alone.
I am not here to interfere. I am here to emphasize a point.
And Carlos goes in, meets Amber, and Amber, Carlos, and this receptionist all go to the back and go to another waiting room, another examination room. Maybe not necessarily a triage room, but it's a little bit more of a daily visit kind of a room.
Yeah, GP exam room rather than a triage for someone who just got stabbed. Or slashed at, rather.
And when she is satisfied that you're sitting comfortably for the wait, then she goes to man her station at the reception desk once more. Carlos kind of looks at you, Amber. So I'm not a medical professional.
No, Carlos, neither am I.
Right, I think this is kind of like Doc shtick.
And she will come and join us shortly. She's currently helping a poor man who has a rather large knife wound on his chest. Or at least I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Some kind of large gash. I don't speak medical.
It looked nasty. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, it looked pretty nasty either way. Doesn't really matter what caused it.
Right.
But now we wait and hope that Doc picks up what we put down.
And you wait. Probably a good couple of hours, actually. Anita, the receptionist, she introduces herself. She gets you cups of water. She gets you different things. She checks on you every now and again. And really was not expecting the doctor to need to go into this do something this drastic this quickly. And she's checked in on the doctor and Doc, and it seems like it's going rather well and rather quickly, actually. And after a moment, the two of them come back to the room, to the room where you're sitting, and both look a little haggard. Dr. Anderson far more so than Doc, but no worse for wear. And Doc kind of reaches her hand out to Dr. Anderson, having degloved and
deviscerated.
kind of washed up a bit. She looks at the doctor and says, "It was a good thing it was only really a surface wound. It wasn't terribly deep. It didn't penetrate very far. And that's we're lucky. He's lucky. It might not be a bad idea to still call the hospital and get him officially treated, but he'll live." And the doctor just kind of grins and looks at her and says, "I didn't necessarily expect to have a surgeon walking through this part of town, if I'm honest. I likely would have just called an ambulance. I am not a surgeon. I am a general practitioner." And Doc just kind of grins. "Well, it's a lucky thing that I was in the area then." And she kind of looks to you, Amber, and to Carlos, and smiles at you both. "Well, that was certainly an eventful evening, wasn't it?"
I would say.
Dr. Anderson, this is Amber Dupree, my financial backer.
It is a pleasure to formally make your acquaintance, Dr. Anderson.
And
She'd smile and hold her hand out for a handshake. And I am going to blush for that too.
yes,
Just for
just to
safety
be
reasons.
clear.
Okay,
Ooh.
Camarilla. Just, it's not a good night for one Amber Dupree tonight.
That very boring tasting bit of your herd, it didn't satisfy. It's not staying. It is the most disappointing meal that you've ever had in your life.
Yeah, it does suck, but
I
gotta use it for what it's worth, and we can get something better later. Just use it for what it's worth and get something better later.
almost on the level of TV dinners
Yeah, well,
that weren't cooked all the way
Is it-
through.
there's an aesthetic in TV dinners not cooked all the way through. It's not really a good aesthetic, but it's an aesthetic, so that counts for something, right?
Your beast just kind of growls and doesn't agree with you at all. But Dr. Anderson introduces himself as Dr. Travis Anderson and gives your hand a shake. And sorry, got caught up in all of the mess. What's this about?
Well, as the dear here, and she gestures to Doc. Doc said, "I'm a businesswoman of sorts, and I'm looking for new ventures to branch out into. And as such, we thought to come and talk to you about maybe making a deal."
A deal. Lots of that has to, like, any kind of, like, talk of partnership. I'd have to talk with my business partner about.
Oh, of course, I would not deny you such things, but I'm sure with some of the things that we have on offer that I think he will most certainly agree to such things. At least I'm assuming it's a he.
Yeah. Dr. Douglas usually takes the day shift here at the clinic, and I'm here on night shift We overlap for the most part. Well, we're not open overnight, really. Close in probably half an hour.
Just gonna quickly check the time as he says that.
It's probably about midnight-ish. Almost 1.
Well, it does seem like you... I mean, with what just happened, it seems like you might be in the... Things are changing such that you might need a surgeon overnight.
I mean, he looks to Doc and says, I guess if you're looking more to pick up a practice of your own, I guess. And Doc kind of cocks her head a little bit. You know, I've kind of been out of the surgery game for a little bit, but I don't know, a general practice sounds sufficiently boring. And Dr. Anderson just he chuckles, kind of quirks a brow at her, kind of finding her to be a bit odd, but then looks back to you, Amber. Taking on another partner in the business, I'd have to discuss that with him, and then we'd have to all meet together, I guess. What about tomorrow afternoon, say 4 o'clock?
Unfortunately, I have other commitments around that time. Is there any chance we could make it a bit later?
Like, how late are we talking about? That's really my only break time. And my business partner's off of work by then.
Alright, so give me just a second. I need to think through some logistics real quick.
Okay.
Because it's almost there, but that causes a problem. Can't do it that early because, well, obviously. If it's quiet enough, do you think maybe 9-ish will work? Unfortunately, I'm a very busy woman during the day, so I don't really have the nights to do meetings, unfortunately. And I'm gonna try and persuade him I haven't turned off the ore.
Okay. Then yeah, roll me a manipulation, persuasion plus awe.
I can do that.
Plus looks.
Oh!
Oh!
Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh, we're spending willpower! Re-rolling a 10, and that 10 and 2 fails. Just turns it into a regular. It's just 7. Just 7.
Just.
Oh, oh, that could have been very bad.
Thankfully. You have this urge to just feel like you could command this man, almost as if you want to take the heel that you're wearing and shove it into his chest and make him beg you for everything that you're worth.
Not gonna lie, that actually really good right now.
But thankfully,
Decorum.
you have a grip on yourself just enough to really just grin. And if you could blush, you probably would, because,
Well, I mean, I do have Blush of Life up, so...
well, then you do blush in a bit of a provocative way. And you're really putting on the charm on him in this point, and he's grinning, and he's nodding. He's kind of looking you up and down, checking you out a little bit. And you swear that you could taste whatever you've sparked in him at this point. He says,
Does smell good, but no, we don't eat potential business partners.
he says, all right, yeah, tomorrow night, 9 o'clock is good. That sounds perfect. You maybe want to go catch a drink?
I would, but I have other things that I need to do tonight, unfortunately.
Right. Yes, business proposition. Sorry.
Oh, it's more than fine. I'll definitely keep that offer in mind. And
Right.
she'd flash him a smile.
Right. Business drinks. Cool.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'll give Douglas a call in the morning and set up the whole thing.
I think that sounds absolutely wonderful. Now, this is just a curious question, but you wouldn't have any contact details for the people who own this building, would you?
Douglas carries most of that information. He's the one who more or less pays the bills.
Ah,
I mean, I do too,
all right
but
then.
he more or less pays the bills.
That is fair enough. That is something that we can talk about tomorrow night then.
All right, fantastic. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
It is a pleasure to meet you too, Dr. Anderson. And she'd give him a sweet smile. We shall talk more tomorrow. And she'd look to the other two, being like, "It's time to go."
And with a nod and an appreciative exchange of goodbyes, the Carlos and Doc both follow you out of the front of the building.
And we would walk. There'd be a little bit of walking and just silence before Amber's just like,
Carlos says, "You're all right."
yeah, just almost lost myself a little there. I had this desire to drive my heel into his chest and make him beg. And
Oh God. Doc just kind of waves you away. I don't need to know any of that. Thanks. Okay, bye. And she starts walking faster towards the van. Carlos just kind of looks at you and grins. Doesn't say anything, just grins at you.
Look, life's a bitch, and that thing that crawls right beneath the skin of all of us, even more so. What do you want from me?
I'm not judging you. I saw that giant blush of blush on your cheeks. You weren't hiding it.
Yeah, well, that's just as a little educational tip for you. That's kind of my clan's MO. At least one of them. But let's forget about that and get back in the van. I think that sounds like a good idea.
Hold on. You saw Julie and Miranda?
Amber stops. I did. But before you say anything else, it'd be better for me and for you if we didn't talk about it any further.
I hope you fucking know that if you hurt them, you're dead.
No. Thought doesn't even cross my mind.
Good. Then we're settled.
Good to hear. I'd rather not make an enemy of someone who I would consider to be a friend. And
Right.
she'd head back over to the van without another word, turning ore off as she goes.
And Carlos follows you. And you all come back to the van where Urien is waiting. And the Thin Bloods are kind of waiting inside the vehicle.
Alright, so a meeting is set. The business has two partners, the main one of which was not there at the moment, but we set up a meeting for tomorrow at 9 p.m. with both of them.
You're telling me it will take you more than an evening.
Unfortunately, the one dude with all the information about literally everything isn't there. And trying to get a hold of him, not simple.
Tell me, is their entire domain limited to a single small alcove now? Is that what was promised?
Oh, no, not at all. In that, the meeting tomorrow night will have all of the information required to get in contact with those who own the building. I asked him about it. He says, I simply give the money to the other guy and the other guy does all the work.
Oh. Hello?
Yep, you're here. I hear you.
Okay, so I heard the meeting tomorrow night and I got disconnected.
Oh.
Basically, from having a look from the rudimentary examination of their dynamic, basically the doctor we talked to tonight simply gives the money to the other one, and the other one is the one who pays all the bills and actually talks with all the higher ups. Works on the day shift. I managed to get him to set up a tomorrow night with the guy way off of time so that we could get this information.
Walk me through step by step how it went.
So, alright.
Briefly. Come on.
Yes. Went into went into the practice, set up the basics of the meeting, had a little interruption, let that go through, came out, talked to you, went back in, talked to the receptionist. A man with a rather large knife wound across his chest got dragged in, Doc being there, convinced the receptionist to let us wait in the office for him. They both came in, along with Carlos. We spoke to this Dr. Anderson about setting up a meeting between, obviously, the one with the more information, himself, and us. Got that meeting to go through without a hitch. I asked him information about those who would own the building, things like that. Said that the other doctor would know all of that information. And that we would be seeing him tomorrow night. And after that meeting was set up, we exited.
Did you and Doc leave a fantastic glowing impression that allows you to enter whenever you so choose?
I don't think Amber's gonna have any problem with that anymore.
Good. He places the bloody knife right in front of Amber.
Ah. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see what happened here.
I will never offer guarantees. I will offer opportunities, but do not think that I will not go out of my way to end up seeing that it passes. However, if it is expected that I am to simply give something over, you may be dead wrong. Amber, you are not at the point where I'm willing to give that benefit. Doc and Low Birth Solution, on the other hand, have. And it's for their sakes that I end up offering this. Now, feel free to end up tasting what's left of him. Next time, I will be clear. We wish to end up doing this humanely, we will end up losing. If we end up knowing that exactly what we are, we win. Right now, this spot is yours. You have your way in. Now find a way to put it to purpose. To find out more of the Camarilla's movement. To make it your home. I trust between Doc's experience in the medical field and Carlos may have a vested interest in observing this location. Personal matters, that invests them. Alfonso, you are quite close with Carlos, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Then that would end up meaning that right now Carlos's interests ties in with your own, and vice versa, yes?
Yeah.
So, Carlos's interest in this place, presumably, he looks to Carlos.
And Carlos meets your gaze.
Is it very clear he is interested in covering this place now?
Oh yeah. If he was being a little bit blatant, if he wasn't being very blatant about it before, he certainly is now.
Good. Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Your checkups will be here, between Doc and the second opinion. You have a way to masquerade your wounds.
Okay, yeah, that sounds perfect.
To which I believe Mr. Suarez will agree that this is probably the most optimal outcome he could have expected, given the circumstance he left last night.
Yeah, given the circumstance.
Have I come through for you as the Baron and as a mentor?
The five of them nod.
He looks to Amber.
I'm sorry, I blinked out there for a second.
Have I or have I not done
No.
my duty as Baron in acquiring this place for the 6 of you?
Of course.
Then you will end up putting it to purpose. Find your ways. Use every gift you have at your disposal. Need you be subtle, or need you simply extort? I do not care. It is not my concern from this point forward. You have my blessing to leave your mark here. I will make it open and known. Thin bloods are to end up coming here. And I want it to be clear. My concern rests with thin bloods. I will end up making it a point to end up looking to Jameson very soon.
Alfonso nods from the back.
For now, I have an evening to end up seeing the way lines, and then I must speak with those who wish to know at Elysium. Do you think you have enough to work with here, Amber?
Yes.
Swift, decisive. No wasted time, no wasted movements. We are at a point where you cannot afford to end up being soft. You will crumble or be eroded by the Camarilla very quickly. You must embrace the fact you are a predator. And right now you are starving for blood, resources, and respect. Show me what a hungry neonate can do, fledgling. He gestures. If they have anything else to say it now. Otherwise, he has other business to attend to.
And for the moment, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back shortly, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio by Night, Hurricane Season, Episode 9. We rejoin Amber as she has gone back into the clinic and taken up our lovely Dr. Travis Anderson up on his offer for drinks, feigning that she had a plan cancelled on her. And so, we find the good doctor and Miss Dupree at a bar. It's fairly late in the evening for the bar. The last call is probably no more than an hour away at best, but some last minute drinks before calling it a night definitely feels right for the two of them in this particular regard. Amber, you and Dr. Anderson are just walking up to the queue and getting ready to walk in. This looks like a bit of a dance place. There's tables pretty much everywhere. It looks like there is the ability to serve in a restaurant in this particular regard, but Travis and you beeline for the bar section of this particular establishment, and he orders himself a beer. And what do you do?
Well, my question would be, is my Blush of Life still up?
No, this is a new scene.
Ooh.
Your tummy's a little testy.
It is. I think I'll get a drink and just nurse it for now. Cite that, alcohol can do some things to me that aren't quite pleasant.
You would know, being 4 years old and braced. You would know as soon as that hits your tongue without doing Blush of Life, you will chuck it out.
Yep.
Blush of Life
out of
is
character, the
necessary to
humanity
keep
I'm
it
at.
down.
Yep, and I don't have. Unfortunately, I don't have the overhead to do that at the moment. Not really, anyway. Otherwise, feeding on my herb would have been absolutely useless. So you would just nurse a drink. Maybe fake some sips every now and again, just to be like taking it slow, or seemingly taking it slow when in reality I'm not really doing anything at all, for the simple fact of I don't have the cojones to risk it that much for the biscuit right now. I'm sure I have enough charming conversation in me and enough allure to keep his eyes in other places to make him not notice what's going on.
I would like you to make me a manipulation subterfuge, and this is going to be basically how well you're nursing that drink, as it were.
Yep. This might be a stretch, but would my specialization apply here?
Feigning innocence?
Yeah.
You're not feigning innocence, you're actually feigning the opposite.
Fair enough.
You're feigning that you're not a prude.
Yes, I'm feigning that I'm not a prude. That is fair enough. That's 5.
Okay. He's eating it right up.
Oy vey. Oh, how.
He is eating it right up. He has no reason to suspect that there's anything wrong going on here. And so, he begins to chat you up, you know, doing some of the small talk kind of things like hobbies and personal endeavors and, you know, that sort of thing. So if Amber wants to divulge some information, she may.
Probably divulge a little bit, you know, done some freelance modeling work,
Oh, yeah?
more getting into the business realm of things now.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. What, what's got you as a model looking into the medicine business then?
I've always had a desire to help people. I mean, modeling is helping people with my image. Financing medical endeavors is helping people live.
Huh. Alright, alright. I suppose I get it. So just so I have a little bit of a pitch going into this, what what brought you to our little place? Why not go to the health science center or something and kind of do whatever there?
I had, but there are people there who are doing some work who I would rather not step on the toes of, as it were. I have an agreement with someone else that who is currently working up to give a pitch there.
Uh-huh.
Professional courtesy and all of that.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I suppose. Yeah. So you're going out of the modeling gig and getting into business.
Yeah, business and business management.
You going to school?
I thought about going to school, but I figured it would be a bit better to kind of just dip my feet in first. Figure out, you know, is this what I want to do? Being as young as I am, of course, you need to make sure that
You mean to say that you don't have your MBA?
I have equivalent qualifications. And, hope you believe that.
That one is another manipulation subterfuge.
Yep.
Because that one he finds a bit unbelievable.
Would I get my looks merit on this just as a...
No. Looks merit is on charisma tests.
It's on charisma tests, okay. That's a crit, so that's 7.
Oh yeah, he has no reason not to believe that your personal qualifications are just as good as an MBA. Okay, yeah. You must have like apprenticed with somebody, right?
Yes, I did.
Huh. Okay. Wait, you said you're part of the modeling scene here. right?
Yes, that's correct.
There's only a couple of agencies that I know about that really kind of foster the modeling scene around here, and that's and he'd spout off like three different agencies, one of which you would know to be Ashley's company, one of which you would know to be Maxine's company, and the other you know to be a third competitor. As far as agencies goes in the city, anyway.
Yeah, and she would say that she has done some work with Sanderson's agency in the past.
Okay, yeah. I've seen his work. I've seen a lot of his models' work, and all of them are spectacular. I'm surprised it ever came across you.
Really? It's strange.
Yeah, I might have. Yeah, I mean, up until now, I guess I really never considered girls with white hair to be my type. Sorry, that's forward.
Oh no, it's quite alright. I myself don't particularly mind forward.
Are you trying to put some kind of move on him right now?
Not a direct move, but making him a little more comfortable in the fact that she's not put off by the fact that he's being a bit forward.
Okay, okay. And he kind of just smiles and takes a big swig of his beer. And kind of he kind of looks at you curiously after a moment. So, what do you do in your free time?
In my free time? Oh, well, a variety of things, I suppose. I don't, not particularly picky with my hobbies. I mean, I do still do a bit of modeling, although it's much more freelance now. Other than that, well, I like to be amongst people.
I suppose this place kind of makes sense then.
It's not a bad little spot if I do say so myself.
Yeah, yeah. It's homey. It's very Texas.
Hmm.
And he just kind of sits there watching you for a moment.
Is there a thought that comes to your mind?
Not particularly.
Well, not going to lie to you, I think there are some thoughts that are coming to my mind right about now. And yes, now I'm beginning to put the moves on.
That's a manipulation persuasion.
Yep. And I would like to pop ore here, because it is specifically to persuasion and performance checks.
Okay. In the future, if you're gonna pop awe, I need you to do that before you actually make the move.
Oh, before I make the move? Okay.
Yeah.
Because alright, well I will make sure to keep that one in mind.
Kind of
is
announce
it
just before you actually make a sentence or something, kind of thing.
Sentence. Yeah. Okay. Would Looks Merit apply here in the
It would.
seduction?
Yes, it would.
Yep. Alright.
Because this is a seduction roll.
Alright. That's
Hoy!
8.
Holy balls. Ugh. Oh man. He is like putty. He is like jello in your fingers that's melting. He is absolutely eating all of it up. He's inching a little closer. Probably closer than, professionals should be. And he's definitely looking you up and down again, kind of staring into your eyes a little bit. And yeah, he's like gobsmacked by you right now. But it's also in that moment that over his shoulder you do see a familiar face at the bar as well.
Who do I see at the bar?
Julia. And she seems to have a date.
Ah. How interesting. Let's see here. She does seem to be a little busy, so I'm not gonna go over and bother her any. In fact, maybe after a little more working down, it might be an idea to get out of here. I mean, last call is soon after all.
And he grins, kind of taking another big swig of his drink. Orders another one. He is, however, starting to notice, and you can see this on his face, that you haven't really touched yours. Not hardly at all. But he doesn't say anything about it. He just kind of looks at it. Kind of looks at his own. Cracks it open and starts to swig again.
You know what? Screw it. Yeah, I'm gonna blush. And hope that this doesn't bite me in the arse. Ugh. And it doesn't, thankfully.
Yep.
And then I'll take a swig of mine. Been nursing it, but now that we're getting a little more relaxed, a little more comfortable with each other, drinking a bit more, can play it off as that.
He starts to lay it on kind of thick with the compliments. Complimenting that your hair is like silver, that you're just the most gorgeous alabaster goddess he'd ever seen. Landed on kind of thick. And you know that it's a little bit weird.
Yeah, a little bit weird. Well, maybe we should go and find somewhere a little more private.
And he is wrapped right around your little finger and is absolutely willing to go anywhere that you want to. So where do you take him?
Sorry, that was the exact timing that my food decided to arrive. So, my apologies, what was that?
Where exactly do you take him? he's wrapped around your little finger, is willing to go in just about anywhere with you at this point.
It'd be a motel close by.
Hmm.
Don't feel like taking him back to my haven. That's just dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you go with him to a motel with Blush of Life already popped. You don't have to worry about coming across as anything but human. But I also would like you to roll me a manipulation plus performance.
Manipulation performance?
Because of your humanity.
Yep, that's fine. I do still have Aura on. I haven't turned it off, so would that count here as well? Considering Aura does count towards performance checks?
Yes, then.
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna willpower that, actually. 5 successes.
And it is a contest, so he is going to insight check, so... But I doubt that he's going to have very much success in figuring out that you're faking it. Nope. He is blissfully unaware that you are faking everything that's going on right now.
And that's good, because during this, I would like to apply the kiss to him, and to apply lingering kiss to him.
Okay. How much are you taking from him?
Just a single.
Just one? And popping him with lingering kiss.
Yep.
I will make the note on his character sheet.
And I don't think I would find a chance to blood bond him unless he was asleep. Unless he decides to go for a drink or something in that time that we're spending together in this motel.
I would like you to make me a manipulation plus insight.
Manipulation insight?
To gauge whether or not you're going to have the opportunity to slip him some of your vitae.
4.
Okay. Yeah, without a problem, you find the perfect opportunity, and you can indeed blood bond this man.
Yep, I'm gonna do it. I don't have time to hold back anymore. Urien kind of got that through to Amber. Doesn't have time to hold back, and she's not going to.
I have made a note.
And so after all is said and done, does he fall asleep, or is he just awake?
He dozes for a second. And seeing as you are the kind of person who likes to throw a lot of passion into everything that you do, you have likely worn this man out. Briefly, at least.
I am going to take this chance that, in his more unaware state, to write him a note saying that I had to go and get ready for tomorrow's activities because I had some important things to do in the morning, as I said.
Hmm.
But that she would be looking forward to seeing him at the meeting later that night.
And, for the moment, Amber's endeavors with Travis Anderson are complete.
Yep, because after she writes that note, she's getting the hell out of there.
And you hop in your skyline and you make your way out into the rest of the night. Where are
Yep.
you headed from here?
I'm not sure. Probably would have said before I left Urien that we'd meet back up after having done everything that they had both wanted to do. Urien and his endeavors, and Amber with setting up everything with Dr. Anderson.
Mm-hmm. Urien did say he was going to do a little bit of research, but he was likely going to do most of that in the form of reading while at Elysium. Trying to stoke his memory about what it is that ley lines are about. It's foggy,
Ley
right?
lines.
He might not
Yeah,
have used that word directly, but he did say he was going to do some research. And be at Elysium.
Interesting. So I could go to Elysium and meet up with Urien.
There's that potential, yeah. It's only about 3 in the morning.
I have a researcher's brain. Maybe I can give him some assistance with his research.
Sounds like a good plan. In the meantime, while Amber's having fun with the good doctor, Urien, you are at the Elysium. Having picked up a book, a more mundane book out of your library, to try and stoke a memory or two, since it's a little foggy now, what exactly you could potentially use ley lines for. You haven't done this kind of research in a century, maybe more?
It perturbs me that Urien Doyle's actual memories are fresher than my own in these. It's difficult sometimes. Perhaps Miss Dupree was right when she said that we are something different. No matter. I continued turning the pages, observing, reading. There has to be something. It is right by the airport. The situation is held not only by the ley lines themselves, but the ability to come into the city. If everything goes well, Calhoun's backup, Camarilla, will not be continuing. They will not have the manpower to continue into San Antonio. Now I need to remove an aspect that they currently have. I need to keep hammering on them. This is one that I know. And unfortunately, Jacques Colin de Plancy, Urien Doyle's sire, is currently in the city, looking over, probably investigating the ley lines. I have no doubt his knowledge is far superior to my own. Shameful as that is to say.
There was always a reason that you kept him around in Jackson. This was more his shtick.
Yes. Now I have to go head to head with him.
You sit and you wait, and you make yourself available as one does when they're sitting in Elysium reading a book. When you hear the door frequently used for this kind of thing. It opens, and you hear footsteps coming down the stairs. Heavy footsteps. 3 pairs?
I turn on sense the unseen. Observe. If I don't think anybody's in, I immediately turn to heightened senses. Just enough to see if I can overhear a conversation before the arrival of said guests.
Well, it doesn't take sense the unseen to notice that Jameson's come down with a couple... one familiar face, but one unfamiliar face.
And a good evening to you, Baron Victor Jameson of Clan Boruha.
And good evening to you, Baron Urien Doyle of Clan Tremere.
I am familiar with the face of Miss Kalu.
How you doing?
I hope that the evening has been treating you well. And I look to the newcomer. This is not someone I'm familiar with.
Not someone you've met.
Would I know anything of this individual? By reputation or investigation?
Intelligence politics.
Now, by happenstance, would my specialty in Camarilla apply to this?
No.
Wow, Derek rolls today. Burning a willpower.
Okay, that's better.
Much better.
You look at this person, and for a moment, you get a little stumped by their face for a moment, but then you remember that Jameson has several constituents that aren't really necessarily all that, well, publicly known, because they're more of a recluse. You suspect that this person is one of them, one who goes by the name Skylar Ramirez. One who doesn't appear often, but does when the moment is necessary.
And what moment would Skylar be necessary for?
You would know that that Skylar is... Let me actually just look at their sheet really quick, because I don't remember all the details about this person.
It's okay.
You know that they're usually the type called in when an interrogation is needed.
And the reputation doth follow Mr. Ramirez.
Jameson introduces Marjani and Skylar to you, and a rather feminine voice comes from Skylar, and you're maybe put back on that a little bit, because you might have assumed male. So, Jameson says, how have you been, Mr. Doyle?
Perturbed. But what else is new?
Not a lot these nights.
I did hear something rather disturbing that I am so glad to have you arrive for, but I will put that on hold for the time being. What brings you to Elysium this night, Baron Jameson?
Probably the same subject that you heard about, actually.
Urien opens his hands like, go on.
Given that, certain things have come to light, and certain information is easily gathered by your ears, I'm sure. The fact that I'm missing people doesn't strike me as something that you would be ignorant of.
I am somewhat perturbed at the notion, to be fair, Baron. I have made my domain accessible to Thin Bloods. They are a particular note and fascination to me. And yet, it would seem almost every Thin Blood within your domain has vanished.
Yeah, quite a number of them, actually.
Now, you have come to Elysium to speak with me of such things. Tell me, are other constituents missing?
The Thin Bloods, primarily, and there have been rabble-rousing going on the outside borders of the city. Out
Truly.
past 1604.
Rabble rousing.
You know, the type that goes a little too noticeable.
I have an idea. Tell me, have you ever had personal encounters with the Sword of Cain?
Maybe once or twice when they were rolling through here, trying to get rid of all of the Camarilla in the state. Early in the state's history. We are bordering with Mexico, after all.
Of course. Still, I am concerned a bit. How might I be of assistance, Baron Jameson?
Well, it seems the couple of Thin Bloods that are missing in specifics belong to my people.
And yet your domain is not one that I am as familiar with. I have always entrusted that you would lead it to the best example you could.
Of course.
So I would not presume on what has been happening in your own domain. And as you can imagine, with my own bordering the Camarilla's beachhead, I've been on all fronts trying to extradite that situation.
Of course. The Thin Bloods in question belong to Skylar and Marshani. And since Sanctuary was one of the first places that I suspected that any thin blood might run to, coming to see you when you put signs up just made all the sense in the world.
So in truth, you are here as an escort. The two that I should be speaking to are Ramirez and Kalu.
Certainly, if you want to have. If you know anything, obviously. Otherwise, if you don't, then you don't.
What I know and what I can dig up are two very different concerns, Baron Victor Jameson.
Are you planning to do any digging of your own?
My resources are very thin, as it is, and at this
It's a
point
shame.
I have not received any true support. But I am used to working on my own.
As you're probably well aware, is that my manpower's a little short these days.
Yes, I am aware. Which is odd, given the fact that your particular line is that invested in the military of San Antonio.
Yes, I have plenty of kind manpower, but I'm talking about kindred manpower. Direct support, if you know what I get. Indirect is...
Stop. He stops him right there, raising a hand. With all due respect, Baron Victor Jameson, I believe the two I should be speaking with are at your side at this moment. If a thin blood of your domain has gone missing, and these are the sires of the Duskborn in question, I would hear their pleas, their cases. Their children are missing, after all. We'll go back to squabbling petty politics before too long. Till then,
I wasn't squabbling, but alright.
Urien kind of smiles a bit, watching Baron Jameson's head, veneer cracking a bit. Not fully understand. Maybe Baron Victor Jameson does not fully understand what he just did, but he smiles and gestures for the two to come to him.
And Marjani seems a little bit more open to the idea of stepping forward, and Skylar's probably standing maybe a step or two back. You do see Skylar fidget a little bit.
What is on your mind, Skylar Ramirez?
You're new. You're a new person. You're a new face. I don't like new faces.
Observe.
They just kind of stare you down.
This new face might end up giving you some clarity. It is a small cost. If you think you are willing to pay for it. But
What kind of cost are we
first,
talking about?
two prices. He goes up to Kalu and Ramirez. Then does something very odd, as he's already left his chair. He sits upon the floor, cross-legged in front of them.
Marjani sits down and relaxes. You can see that maybe the light level in the room's kind of bothering her a little bit. She's making no mention of it and being polite. Where Skylar doesn't take their eyes off of you. She doesn't blink. She doesn't even fake blinking.
Baron Jameson, would you be kind enough as you're standing by the light switch to turn it off? I don't need Ramirez or Kalu agitated any more than it has to be.
Make me a wits insight.
It's about as good as it's going to get without a bestial crit.
You can see he's agitated. He doesn't necessarily like being bossed around. But he does it anyway.
When the lights are off, I activate the eyes of the beast, allowing me to see Marjani and Skylar, and them seeing me.
Both seem a little bit perturbed by the red glowing eyes. Marjani a little less so. But Skylar seems to just stare into those beady red eyes of yours now. They don't say anything.
Who would like to go first?
I will, Marjani says. What are we doing? Seance or some shit?
Something like that.
I hope they're not dead. They don't need a seance. I hope we don't need a seance.
I hope not either. But the more I know, the more accurate I can be.
Alright.
Marjani, tell me of your child. Do not state it in fact. Let me know who they are with your voice.
Her name is Samantha. Big curly poofy hair. Light skin. Redhead. She's a fighter. Not like physical. Nah, she's tenacious. Everything I could have wanted.
Is that why you chose to embrace Samantha?
Yeah. I really
To
thought
the
that
Samantha. No. Go on.
I really thought that she could bring a lot to the ministry. But she's thin blood, so she doesn't really have a lot of that to her. And I know the Camarilla treat thin bloods like shit.
Oftentimes, yes.
And there's plenty of Anarchs out there that do too. She's
True.
mine. She don't like me much, but she's mine.
Is there any details that might be important? Places of interest, individuals they may have encountered? Interests, what you were fighting over? I
She's
need to know who I am looking for.
she's a political science major. She's always been real good at just, swaying people to what she wants. She's pretty. We were fighting over the fact that lots of people don't particularly care for thin bloods, especially out of Batista's domain, which is where a lot of the politics shit happens. And being so far away from all of that shit, she can't really do anything that she wants to do. And I try. Ava tries as her grandsire too, and it's just she's stubborn.
A fighter.
Fighter.
Have you fed this evening? Or Shani?
Yeah, I'm good. Why? Is it important?
I will use your blood to trace your blood.
I always heard of Tremere do some funky shit.
He extends his hand.
And she presents her hand to you. Like, this is... You are aware that's gonna blood bond you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you said that your child was at risk.
Yeah.
And I will go far for those who I end up finding in San Antonio. Now you know how far that is.
Shit.
The thing we detest most amongst anarchs. I would risk to bring your child a chance, or at least you, closure.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to say it, but I think there might be that implication. Can Baron Jameson say the same? And he pops his fangs, and he will take only a single point.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a quick note that I am now have one part blood bond Marjani.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm just typing out the name. Okay. Now, with that bond, I am going to use premonition.
Okay.
Now I know who the person is. I know what they're about.
Mm-hmm.
I know what domain. I know what they were fighting on. I know the situation that is happening in Jameson's domain. I need either a direct answer, or I need something where if they start following this, they will very quickly get to the root of it. So I am focusing everything on it. Enough that I am willing to end up spending a blood, or rousing the blood, to actually increase my resolve. for
Okay.
premonition.
So you get hungrier.
And
Gee.
now I'll rouse for premonition.
It's costing you a
But
lot, Mr. Doyle.
I'm not going to allow them an opportunity to slip by. Okay. That's 3. I'm gonna burn willpower. Oh, thank God.
Ooh.
I think I'm about that. I can pretty
That's
much
8.
case at this point.
Yes, that's 8 successes on a crit. It's almost as if you're punched in the face with this information. It's almost as if you can see a fight between Marjani and Samantha. It's almost as if you can relive the sire and child relationship between the two of them. You know what that relationship is like. You somewhat dread the day that you have a similar argument with either Carlos or Doc, and how that might affect your relationship with them. As stonewalled as you are, it still stings when that kind of thing happens. And you are Samantha. You've stormed off. You're in a huff. You're looking for something to just go blow off some steam, maybe catch a snack, and see if giving yourself some time away from the situation just gives you some fresh air. She doesn't look at you like your kindred. She looks at you like you're lower. She looks at you like you're a child. She looks at you like you're not even an adult. And so does Ava. Both of them don't understand. So what do? You go to your friend, the only thin blood friend that you really know. You go to Diego. And Diego tries to console you, but you're upset. You're so upset. They talk about this beast thing, but that doesn't exist for you. You stay with Diego for a while. You don't go back to Marjani. You're on the outskirts of town. You're out past 1604, just kind of enjoying the night sky, enjoying the stars, past all of the city lights. When you hear loud noises that are off in the distance, but they're ever so close, and by the time you can see, because you can't see like Marjani can in the dark. No, you're blinded in the dark, and you're attacked. You're bitten. Fangs. It's drawing blood. I gotta get it off of me. Whatever it is, I gotta get it off of me. And you fight, and you fight. But you don't have the strength. You go limp. They didn't kill you. Why didn't they kill you? But you're limp and helpless. They take you somewhere. You're not sure where. out in the middle of nowhere. And one of them, you heard a name. Dirge. An ugly fuck. Sabat. The other word you hear is Sabat. And it's almost as if you're shunted back into reality.
I begin to tell Marjani the tale, describing in intricate detail even the thoughts of their child or where they left. By the end, I tell them, the man you seek for more answers goes by Dirge.
Motherfucker.
He has relations with the Sword of Cain.
Motherfuck.
I did not see your child or meet their end. So hold hope, O Setite. Clan of Faith needs to maintain faith.
Oh, you have no doubt that I am saying a load of prayers before I go to sleep tonight. Skylar just kind of shifts their eyes back and forth between everyone in the room.
He stops and he turns to Skylar. You have seen what I am willing to do, and how far I will go for your child. A baron who's willing to be enslaved to another, simply to end up making sure that there's a chance a child comes home.
They pause for a moment, but then give a small nod and kind of hand their wrist to you.
He pauses for a moment, placing his hand on it in a rejecting fashion for now. Skylar, tell me about the child that you've lost. I need to know them. It is not as simple as me biting and taking. I need to know who I am looking for. What I am looking for. The blood follows from sire to childer. Childer to sire, all the way back to the first. It is so much to traverse. I must know what I am seeking before I ride the river of blood. From the first to the last. You understand this, yes?
Yes. Diego Michaels. Hispanic. Tall. He's...
The one that Samantha approached to find a refuge from.
Yes. He's always been... He's kind. He's He's got this big smile. Always that smile. What's he smiling for? Why is he always so smiling? What's he got to smile for?
I do not know. But I want to know.
I don't know. I wanted it. I wanted that smile. I wanted that smile. I don't. He is funny. A funny little man.
He makes you feel alive again.
Yes.
What was he doing? What was he about?
He liked the military. He wanted to become an officer one day, and I took that from him.
We are not talking about what you believe. Scanner, I need to know about him. Focus.
He's
I'm
smart.
writing the river of blood, not regret.
He is smart. He can talk to people. I don't talk to people much.
He is everything you are not.
Yes. He doesn't have the curse. I didn't know that he wouldn't have it. But I'm jealous of him now. But he's jealous of me too.
Ramirez, have you fed this night?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I wouldn't give it to you if I didn't feel okay.
Malkavian, correct? Child of Malkav.
You're insightful. More than me.
I am experienced, and I have had a wise teacher, too, in fact.
Are you more cursed than me, then?
I would have to invoke Satan himself to end up telling me whether I am more damned than you. I am not the one with the scales, after all. He turns his downward palm into an open palm, ready to receive.
And Skylar hands you their wrist.
I'm going to take 2 points. Drinking deeper. It's going to be harder to go through the bounds without it.
And they give you a bit of a hiss as you're going deep like that, but they don't jerk away. They're just hissing at you.
I pull my fangs away and lick the wound quickly. I close my eyes. I'll arouse the blood once. Now I'm to increase my resolve. Now I will use premonition. I am willing to spend the willpower.
Okay.
5. Solid. Just very solid.
That's 6, actually.
Ah, yes, it's 6. Oh, fantastic then.
You get a very similar scene in that it doesn't feel nearly as real, corporeal as the vision you had with about Samantha, but there are the bits where you can tie the story together, where Samantha came and you're kind of watching this from a third person perspective. Samantha came, was upset. He was trying to calm her down. She wasn't really hearing him. He was trying to be nice about it. He opened his door up to her, and for a while, for a couple of days, they 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 bunked together. Went out for a nature walk, maybe for a feed, and because at that point, Diego's feeling a little peckish, and in a similar fashion, you see that they're attacked. You get the same names, the same words, and you get the sense that he wasn't so lucky. The person that the vicious animal, this sword of Cain, really didn't take kindly to him. He was putting up a little bit easier of a fight. He was really starting to be able to try and get away. So there was a bite and a frenzy, and the last you see is Diego ripped to shreds.
Do I see Dirge?
You don't see the face. It's too dark. But whatever it is, it's vicious.
You followed. His concern, his kind heart. His humanity was an affront to Cain. I am so sorry, Ramirez. But the blood stops you.
No. No, 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 no. No, then no, that's not right.
No, it is not. And while we cannot regain what is lost,
No, you lie. You lie. You lie. You're a Tremere. You lie.
look at yourself and ask you, why would I lie? To what benefit? If I were to lie to you, why not to Marjani? When both thin bloods follow the same course. Let us hope I am wrong. But right now, you have an opportunity for vengeance. But do not take my word for it. Investigate for yourselves. You know not what you are looking for. Where to go.
Yes. Yes, I'll find the Sword of Cain. I'll find the Sword of Cain and I'll throw it in the river and I'll throw it and make it ash. And you see that Skylar gets up and starts to storm off outside.
Skylar. There's one among them called Carnage. Bruja. Powerful. Be cautious, should you attempt. I would not see your line become shorter than it already has become.
Marjani kind of pipes up and gets up from the floor. I better go keep an eye on her. And Marjani starts to walk off.
As soon as they're done and they start to walk off, I then make it very clear on how much of a toll this has taken. My body weak, my hunger bitterly contained, that I've been straining, exhausted, perhaps even collapse, trying to get myself off the floor.
And Jameson kind of tiptoes a little closer. Not really tiptoes, but like inches a little bit closer. Are you alright?
I need to sit proper. I need to sit.
And Jameson helps you up if you'll accept it.
I will. I fall into the chair, crumpled heap.
Shit.
Oh,
I
I'm
suppose.
sorry.
What do you have to be sorry for? You're the one who looks like shit right now.
I'm sorry that I was unable to offer more. This is my duty as a Baron. My duty to this city, and I have nothing more I can offer.
I don't know how much stock I put into whatever it is that you just did. I don't know what you... I'm familiar with the abilities of, like, Malkavians, but Skylar's a different story. And what you
You
share
did
with
not
Tremere.
like when I ended up asking for you to turn off the lights. But you did. This is no more of the same. No Baron, no boons, no favors. Were I a more cunning kindred, perhaps I should have wrangled them out of you, or those sires. But right now, San Antonio is at war, and such small things is how we lose. And I said I would give this city and Delgato's domain everything I had. And now I've given it to you. Nothing you could, nothing you could deploy. Right now you have the Sabbat at your door. Your troops are rallied, be it in hope or vengeance. They know the names of what they contend with. You are armed with the intel you need. Now they need a Baron who they can look to and know that this is not just a title but a promise. I have brought swift vengeance upon the Camarilla for insulting my domain. For the destruction of Delgado, they ended up taking our Baron, and I have massacred their numbers. And I continue to squeeze them for all they are worth. But right now, no, it is beyond your capabilities. And I would not have you fight a war on two fronts, Victor Jameson, Baron of San Antonio.
Well.
Though, I did notice one thing.
Oh.
You did not so much as flinch when I ended up taking the blood from those in your domain. You wiped a little bit of Skylar off of the corner of his lip.
I don't have to like it.
That's right.
I don't have to
We
like
don't.
you.
To be fair, if you started to like me, then I know that we're all fucked.
Yeah.
You remind me of someone from a while back.
I'm a hard one to like.
Well, to be fair, at least know that when you are on fire, you are most certainly worth the blood to piss on, to put it out.
Much appreciated.
Unless you are willing to end up helping me with this, removing the Camarilla from an airport, which I don't think is in your capability, and if that were some trivial matter, well, then that would be one thing. But as you can imagine, right now I have to consider an airport and something far more important beneath it. Go. Find your thin blood. Save what you can.
Urien, make me an intelligence wits, please.
That's gonna be at -2.
You remember something. Jameson is a descendant of Tyler. So the rumor goes.
Maybe that's why I instinctually dislike him. Then he stops. Baron Victor Jameson. Childer. Tyler.
You wouldn't be
I
wrong.
think there is something you can do. Did you hear the rumor recently?
Which rumor? I hear a lot.
Tyler herself will be heading to Dallas.
I would imagine I would be one of the first to know about it.
Whether it is true or not garners us an advantage. What would garner us more of an advantage at this point is if you reminded all of them that you are indeed an offspring of Tyler.
Dallas,
Say
huh?
that you are inspired by your lineage, and that you will prove to be as measurable of an example. My time as Baron will only be while the war continues, and it is one that I intend to win and make in short order. If Tyler is coming to Dallas, let us assume that to be a fact, and her childer is roused to action by that same notion, how much would the Camarilla fear, knowing that her lineage is backing the play and becoming emboldened?
Then, Randy's probably gonna want to know. He is
Why
my
is that?
grandchild, after all.
Fair. That is interesting. Tell me, is the reason why you are so cordial with me because I have your grandsire or your grandchild under my care?
Oh, don't get me wrong. There are times when I just want to rip your throat out. You're an insufferable prick sometimes.
So I am told. But I'm an insufferable prick that works with you.
True. Best not to poke the bear.
Alright, now the Camarilla is poking the bear.
Yeah.
I would like to see it woken up.
Mm.
Show me why you became Baron in the first place, Baron Jameson. After all, Bruja enjoy a show.
That we do. I have just the right show. And it's about then, Amber, that you arrive. To this little hotspot. And you see Urien on a chair, and Jameson just kind of standing over him, kind of grinning.
I blinked there for a moment. Was there a reference to me?
Yes. Yep. You are on the scene now. You see Jameson kind of standing next to Urien, kind of grinning at him, while Urien is kind of slumped in a chair.
Why? That's a thing to walk into.
And Jameson is turning on heel and beginning to walk away, just as you're coming down the stairs, and you're there in the entrance, and he just kind of passes you by with a brief wave.
Good evening, Baron Jameson. I hope the night's finding you well.
It is.
It is, and I've got work to do, so I'll catch you both later.
Of course, you have a good rest of your night. And she'd give him a smile as he leaves.
And with that, he is gone from the building.
Urien just kind of slumps in the chair. He looks like he's got nothing left to give. If you've come to diablerize me in swift vengeance, Ember, you have picked the perfect opportunity.
No, nothing of the sort.
Now I'm somewhat disappointed.
That wouldn't serve any true purpose, really. No, I just came because of the fact that you gave me an opportunity tonight. And whilst I did capitalize upon it somewhat, I don't think I capitalized upon it to the point that I should have. And so I rectified my mistake.
It is a start.
No, I came to render my aid. You said you were going to be doing a whole bunch of reading, and I thought an extra set of eyes, an extra set of ears, and an extra mind would help pass information.
Fantastic.
That was a interesting scene that I walked in on, though. You all right? Did Baron Jameson say something strange, or?
I spent the past 20 minutes with Baron Jameson, two of his lieutenants, involving two thin bloods, the exchange of bodily fluids, and a lot of screaming, anger, and hopeful smiles. By the end, I think I have nothing left to give. It's all but dust.
You didn't tax yourself too much, did you?
I'm unable to end up leaving this chair at this point. My legs won't work anymore.
Right. Well, I suppose what serendipity it is that that I am here right at this very moment when you need it most.
Have you come to finish me?
No, I have not.
Moment's reprieve then, for diving back in.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it.
Excuse me. I find myself right now knowing the fate of two of the thin bloods. And I think I have an answer to assisting the Camarilla in constructing their own demise.
And I believe that is where we're going to leave Urien and Amber as they discuss, they speak, they research, jog memories, and spend the rest of the night conversing and eventually find themselves to slumber for the day. And that will be the end of the session for today.
So, lethality, were you having a hard time keeping a straight face that whole time?
Yeah. 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 Yeah, she's... yeah, that's all I can say. Just, yeah.
Yes, lovely. Wonderful.
Well, I almost had Amber say something along the lines of, "Oh, you had fun without me."
Yeah, in which case I'm pretty sure Urien would have twisted that on you just by saying, oh, "This is not fun, Amber. It is work. Whoring myself to everyone who comes in with a drop of blood, expressing all hidden talents." Keep going.
Well, I've got the poll started for the bonus experience for our two lovely characters.
Holy shit! I have never taxed Urien that badly.
He was
Yeah.
taxed like a mofo.
Yeah, that's why Amber was concerned. It's like, are you all right? We wanna make like, it's like, yes, you've been doing nothing but giving me shit the last few days, but somehow I can still find it in me to care.
But yeah, you're welcome. I don't think we have stains.
Yes, we do.
Do we?
Urien attacks somebody with a knife, and if that's a single dot stain, then I might be able to get away with it. If it's a 2-dot stain, it's a different thing.
They didn't die, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let me actually look at the Chronicle Tenets.
Yeah. That would have broken "Thou shalt not harden the innocent."
Yes.
But if it's a single dot stain, then it would have been in either one, indulgence or love, or love those who deserve it. And the Thin Bloods and Childer definitely deserve it. They've come through time and time again. So either one, I'd say, could knock it down.
Yeah, I think the fact that you, well, it's questionable actually whether your convictions would actually save you, because the Thin Bloods that you know are definitely worthy of your affection, according to your own logic. However, you've never met these Thin Bloods, so for all you know, they're ingrates.
No, I'm talking about the Slash helping my own.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Then
Yeah.
yeah.
And as far as me helping Baron Jameson's crowd out, I got Baron Jameson to humble himself before me in front of his own court. He's willing to go that far.
It's true. A humble Bruja.
So,
a humbled Bruja.
Up to you.
Yep. Yeah, it would be a single stain action. And so you assisting your babies, because your babies have deserved it, is reason enough to say, yes, it was awful, but it's an opportunity that presented itself, and he didn't die. He was very seriously injured, but he didn't die.
So you say it cancels out?
Yeah, it cancels out.
Okay. figure it's just worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
I think Amber... I don't think Amber...
Amber would have gotten... No. Unless it's a conviction, I don't see anything.
Yeah, because she's not harmed this person. She's just slept with him.
Yeah. She did. She just did some slipping. No, didn't actually hurt him in any way, shape, or form.
And her conviction is to take what she wants by force anyway.
Yeah. If force is necessary, basically take what you want, and if you have to use force to do it, so be it.
So yeah. Yeah, they're both in good straits. Recovered willpower.
Remove a threat to power.
That's one.
Well, we'll be starting a new night next session, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You will.
Yep. So I'm just gonna be recovering power off that and changing my desire.
Okay.
I'm changing my desire as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna make Alfonso brag about his lineage to Tyler. I want to use that.
Ooh.
I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna end up, like I said, we're gonna build up we're gonna build this man up.
For all you know, Alphonsus may be not aware.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's recovery. Let's do some experience. So we do things very similar to the way that Derek does in Detroit, in that we hand out one experience to our players for showing up today. So you both get one.
Hey.
And then we hand out experience based on player feedback of their own characters. So, who moved plot?
That's kind of a coin
Urien.
flip.
Urien. I'm willing to give that one to Urien.
You sure? All right. I was gonna
Well,
say,
you found out a whole bunch of stuff regarding those two missing Thin Bloods and the subbot attacking the south side of the city. Like, whilst it's not necessarily important as far as the Camarilla threat goes, in the larger picture of things, you've basically just pulled the fog of war up from another part of the picture, which to me
but
is a
Amber
big
did
thing.
the same too.
yeah.
Don't discount the fact that she's working the angles to subvert the Camarilla by helping reestablish the Thin Bloods, the Lober solution.
She is, and that's part of the picture, but I suppose on the priority, like other priority list, I call pulling back the fog of war on a bigger part of the picture worth the XP a little more on the plot weaver. Hence why my choice was, like, yeah, I did do a whole bunch of stuff this session, but that's why my choice goes to Urien.
Okay. I mean, it's you guys' decision. It's not mine.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, I'll take it.
Cool.
Best scene.
That's good.
I'm gonna give it to Amber in the flubbing over, like just trying to flub through, like, how do I do this? And just the sheer panic. I know that was going through lethality the entire time. When it's like, okay, we're going through. Why is Urien walking off? Okay, how does this involve? Why is Urien stabbing somebody? What the fuck do I do? How is this helping? Oh god, it's helping. Why is this helping?
Yep. No, that
Mhm.
was me 90% of that. So I will graciously accept that.
Beautiful.
I will
Beautiful.
graciously accept that.
Love it.
Took a second for you to put the dots together and see the dominoes.
Love to see it.
Yeah, and then I saw them.
And they did. And they fell pretty,
They
pretty,
fell. They
pretty
fell.
good.
Yeah.
Best line.
The Urien's entire double entendre at the end,
Yeah.
where he,
Yeah.
unaware, basically said, "Yeah, I just gangbanged the entire, I was just gangbanged by the entirety of Jameson's domain."
Yeah.
No
They pulled
big.
Jameson and two of his lieutenants down, and we had some. It's like we
Exchange of
call.
bodily fluids.
You know,
Yeah.
no big. A typical Tuesday night in character.
Yeah. Typical Tuesday night for Urien Doyle.
Ugh.
Yeah. No, Urien. Straight up gets that for the implied gangbang joke.
All right. And based on the votes from the audience, it looks like Amber gets the bonus experience as well.
Yay.
Hey.
Thank you, Spectre. Spectre voted for Amber because Amber was being a dumb blonde.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Love to see it. But yeah, that does it for us here in the Alamo City. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. And we'll see you next
Actually,
time.
before we do,
Oh.
I have an expenditure.
Oh. My friend, what are you expending it on?
Now, I think, given the what Urien and Amber may end up doing before they go to rest for the night,
Hmm.
I'd like to petition for my second dot in a cult.
If Urien is willing to be a little bit of a teacher for the rest of the night?
Because
Yeah,
she
sure.
did say
He'd
that
probably have to explain what the hell just happened.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course.
Explaining, following the lineage of blood through its taste and all this. Like, what are you talking about?
Mm.
And then it would have
Yeah.
to explain, like, this idea that our curse is part of a personality of something larger. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, there's your one dot in the cult.
I was thinking mainly because like Urien was going to be doing some reading and stuff through the ley lines and whatnot. Yeah, through ley line research. That at the very least, Amber's like, well, I don't know a lot about that stuff in particular, but research is something that I can do because of the fact, well, she's not that many years out of school, for one, and for two, she has one dot academics, and be doing research is part of that.
She's been to a college
And
class once or twice.
yeah, she's done some basic college classes, so yeah, just figured that would be a kind of on a flavor on point thing. That
Urien, what's your occult rating?
3.
3? Yeah, I can say.
I'd be looking at a cult. I'd be looking at a cult too. So
Okay, then yeah, Urien is definitely a teacher that could convey this information, and justifiably, if you're spending time researching on things that you don't know about, then and assisting Urien in that fashion, then I will justify it.
I think so, mainly because of the fact that Urien did kind of point out her gifts and stuff, and that you need to remember that you're a predator.
Yep.
And she's like, yeah, okay, but I suppose it kind of opens up that question of, yeah, I mean, I know what I am, but what does that actually mean? So I suppose that also opens up the questions that Amber could actually ask a little bit of Urien about, like
some of kindred history, some of kindred mythos, some of kindred this, that, or the other that kind of explains things.
Yeah.
You only had a couple of hours left in the night, but as much time as you've spent with each other, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that would be I think that'd be the way to do it. So yeah, I'm gonna buy my second dot in a cult.
I dig it. Urien.
I only have 5 experience not spent, so I'm gonna hold off on it for a bit.
Okay. Then, yeah, that'll do it now for us in the Alamo City. So,
Alright.
we'll see you guys next week for another episode 10 of hurricane season. And it's about to get wet. Say goodnight, everybody.
Night.
Wet. I get it.
Good night.